de chevaux. Quatrième question, combien de chevaux sont engagés sur le concours ce week-end? How many horses are entered in the show? 555, n'oublie pas 350, 304, 555, 618, 503 ou 567 chevaux.
Grips on your ways, front way, back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, I pray. That's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends. I had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time and that's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me.
Alors maintenant, qui suis-je? Qui suis-je? Et là, il est à côté de vous, il est là devant l'observe numéro 15. Est-ce que la mascotte, c'est facile, hein, on l'a donné tout à l'heure. Est-ce que c'est Trophy? Est-ce que c'est Copy? Est-ce que c'est Down? Du grand prix. this year will be, and the action starts right here, right now. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series is a fundamental building block in our sport, teaching young athletes the importance of teamwork and companionship, all while allowing them to gain experience at international level. Over the course of this season, we will travel across Europe for 10 qualifiers. The ultimate young team trophy, the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series, offers a unique opportunity for young stars to represent their nations, create unforgettable memories, and kindle a fire for future international representation and success. Thank you to the organizers, partners, volunteers, and officials for this providing the next generation of athletes with such an incredible platform to showcase their talent. We wish every nation's competing here in Compiègne the best of luck, and to the fans that they have a great time while experiencing great sports. La Fédération équestre internationale est donc heureuse de vous accueillir, de nous accueillir ici pour cette édition du mois d'avril et se met en route pour lire la finale qui accompagnera tous les jeunes en Belgique, direction lire pour cette belle finale. C'est la qualification qui fait suite à celle de Hop-la-Bec qui a eu lieu il y a 15 jours, la deuxième Coupe des Nations de la saison 2025 dans quelques secondes qui va ouvrir ses portes avec, comme nous en parlions tout à l'heure, les 11 équipes qualifiées, engagées cette année, avec 4 cavaliers, avec les 2 manches, qui va se courir donc sur la règle du jeu des 2 manches. En cas d'égalité de points, pour faire un petit point sur la règle du jeu, si jamais il y a égalité de points à la première place, eh bien nous allons avoir un barrage, et non pas avec un cavalier, mais les 4 cavaliers, si jamais il y avait égalité de points à la première manche, les 4 cavaliers seraient de retour. C'est la grande et belle maison CWD, mesdames et messieurs, qui vous donne rendez-vous pour la première Coupe des Nations. Il est 11h30 et ça commence. Et ça commence avec le tirage au sort qui a décidé que notre très belle équipe de France allait ouvrir cette Coupe des Nations CWD 2025. Et ça commence avec un champion d'Europe par équipe, avec un médaillé des championnats d'Europe junior de l'année dernière, ici devant son public français. Je ne sais pas ce que vous en pensez, mais je pense qu'un petit coup de main serait le bienvenu. Voici en 1.
Welcome along, everybody. Delighted to have you with us live on FEI TV and live with you here in Compiègne. Welcome to the CSIO Youth event for 2025. It's Nations Cup Day. First of 3 Nations Cups over the next 2 days. 2 today, 1 tomorrow. We begin with the Junior Nations Cup, and excited to see some of the best young talents. And there's a lot of them because actually we've got a brilliant lineup of teams. 11 nations represented in the opening round, starting with a rider as well that is right at the top of their game. Had that tremendous success at the Junior Europeans last year in the Netherlands when they were part of the gold medal winning team, bronze individually. The first out, you in China, Bacchus de Kiem. So this gelding was the championship ride last year, the gelding by Rock'n'Roll de Semeli, first out on this course. As ever, over 2 rounds of jumping. Oh, that's gone. The best 3 out of 4 scores will count in each of the rounds. All the teams have got a full complement of riders. Pops over the water. And the first to go for France, just giving us a guide as to how that will ride, and you can see the scores up on the screen there. But that is a score of 4 for the first to go, you know, China. So we move our attention on to the first of the Italian team. This is Lorenzo Pirovertera riding Pimpalimis van de l'Entremal. Italians, as ever, like all the teams with their opening riders, will be hoping to get off to a nice strong start. Lorenzo, with plenty of experience in the world of ponies, of course, has been to 2 European Championships. Well, they finish on a total of 8 as the first to go for Italy. As you can see, Lorenzo there with Tommaso, Andrea and Lavinia. The Italian team, though, will be hoping they can hold that as a discard. All important to try and get a strong start, but of course, as I said, only 8 of the teams get to go forward into that second round of jumping that will come up after the individuals a little bit later on here this morning. On to the Irish. As always, you would think they'll be in contention. Such a strong lineup of youth riders, seems at every level. Paddy Reed is the first of the Irish riders to go here this morning, riding Mr. Rocky Blue, this lovely Irish sports horse by Chacoon Blue. Of course, the Pony European champion on Fernando 2 years ago. Paddy also part of that gold medal winning team. He's been on 2 gold medal winning teams, in fact, in ponies, and I'm sure will be very successful now he's stepping up into the world of juniors. What a way to start for the Irish. They'll be delighted, absolutely delighted with the way it's all kicked off for them this morning, because they've delivered the clear, and Dennis Flannery, their chef de coupe, has certainly been able to rely on Paddy as the first to go there with Mr. Rocky Blue. So great start, big boost for the first of the team. Philippe Rosier is the chef de coupe for Monaco, and their team of 4 starts with Audrey Venturi, and this is Guido, and a variant gelding by FRH Quaid. Another rider with a lot of experience in the youth teams. Been to 3 European Championships, twice in ponies, last year with Guido. They went to the Junior Europeans. ended up a little off balance and a little too deep coming to the plank. Comes home on a total of 12, in fact. So I'm not sure if that was the last fence. It was the back rail coming down on the final fence as they finish off. But that is the first of the Monegasque team. So we've so far seen 4 riders go. In this opening rotation of riders, we now turn our attention to Switzerland. Safira S Gold is the name of this mare, by Staccato Gold, ridden by Laura Andre. Twice ridden at Pony European Championships with Clementine in 22 and 23. She started to ride in 2023. It was originally produced by French rider Megan Mossonier. First time this combination have jumped on a team together. Well done, Laura. Great start for Team Switzerland with a lovely clear there with Safira's Gold. Beautiful setting here, hugely popular venue. This youth festival well established as one of the favoured venues for the teams to come to, hence so many teams involved. Now this is Lynn Arvidsson, the first for Team Switzerland. Chef to keep, Henk Lanner, selecting Lynn here with Glenn Morangi, the stallion by Cyclone. Ridden at the previous two European Championships in the juniors as part of the team. Also was a ride in 2021 at the Children's Europeans, so it's a well established combination with this 13-year-old stallion. Nice big jump in and out of the double. And we could well be in for another clear round. Well, Sweden doing their very best to start things off, and there we go. Well done, Lynn. And to Glenn Morangi as the combination first up for Sweden, also securing a clear round. So Sweden and Switzerland and Ireland so far with the clear rounds. On to Belgium, and the first up is Jules Denut riding Gesche de la Pomme CDL. There by Good Boy. Jules, who rode at the Pony Europeans last year on Hector, part of that team that finished in 6th. One of their best individual performers up there in 13th place. Of course, this is the second outing for him this season as well, having Been part of the winning team for Belgium in the juniors just a few weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago? I'm trying to think. No, it was 2 weeks ago. We were in Centaur, not Klabeek. Belgium coming out on top ahead of Ireland and the Netherlands on that occasion. And Jules and Hector both part of the team. Finishing on the 4 to start things off for Belgium, who will be hoping they can somehow see if they can win back-to-back Junior Nations Cups. We will see, but for the score, so still just those 3 nations with a clear. It's a beautiful sounding bell, it's like an old-fashioned telephone, isn't it? Right, this next team over there in the distance should be Denmark. Annelier riding Lilleberg's Lancelot. Gelding by Aztec VDL, another rider with team experience, junior team member on Orlando last year, as she was in the children's in 2022. Still building her experience with this horse, certainly at an international level. Already on the 4 through the combination. Shame they just finding it a little bit more difficult towards the end of this course, and it's pushed the score so far to 16 as they pop over the water, and they're now on 20. But they did clear the last, so in fact picking up time penalties as well there, so 23 is the final score. Seconds that time allowed. Now Germany have gone with experience to start things off, because Fabio Thielen is with us, riding his beautiful mare Stakaya. It's a combination that in the previous 2 Europeans, they've ridden in the last 3 junior Europeans, I should point out, but in the last couple they've twice finished individually in 5th place. Also a rider that has competed at children's European level, but these two now being together as a long-time partnership, and Eberhard Seaman, the chef de keep, will be able to hope that they can rely on a good strong start for Germany. It was a difficult day for Germany when we were in Belgium a couple of weeks ago, because of course in the juniors, which of course is what we're looking at the moment, Germany failed to qualify for that second round. Well, 1 fence away from having the perfect start, shortened up, jumped the last, there we go, Germany delivering the clear round as well, so cracking performance. And Fabio Thielen delivering with the experience on Stakaya. Clear rounds from Ireland, from Switzerland, from Sweden, and now from Germany. 2 more nations to go in this opening rotation, and it's Spain the next up. Spain here with Daniel Jana Sanchez. Daniel Sanchez riding Artemis de Gavadran. just ended up a little bit long on that. Brought them to that front pole. Nice little adjustment though, coming down to the last. They needed to, and at the end of it all, they finish on a total of 8 as the first to go for the Spanish team. One more team to go, and the 11th team involved. Maybe drawing the lucky straw because they were the last out the hat. It is the team for Finland. Sara Kojola is the first of the riders, riding Quartz van de Heemsted. It's had a busy start to 2025, jumping down in Spain in Vera de Frontera on the Sunshine Tour. And a combination that really only started internationally together towards the back end of last year, so first opportunity for these two to be able to jump on a team together. Done so far. Shame for that one little moment, but otherwise clear, bar the 4. Time penalties ticking along, so there's a couple of those to add on to the jumping, so it's a total of 10 for the first to go for Finland. Which, that's unfortunate because it actually turns out not to be the worst score, but it will of course just as well keep them a slightly offset to the teams that didn't have any worry about the time. But with one rider gone from each of our 11 teams, we now go back to France because it's what I class as the second rotation of riders. Now Nathan Garez riding Elegant de Carène, the second up for France, the mare by United Sunup, combination that were part of the team for France a couple of weeks ago when we were jumping. Actually, they weren't on the team, were they? They jumped in the class in the middle. That's what I remember them from. They were top 10 in that class. We have a class that runs between the 2 rounds of the Nations Cup. Against the Nations Cup horses, there's a little bit of a breather. And, they were in that middle class, which I think the successful performance in that, of course, has then boosted their chance and given them their break into the team today. France, though, now know they're on a team score of 4 because both their riders on 4. Yuan China was the first to go. And 4 it is, so could be better, could be worse at the end of the day. Team score is 4 at the halfway mark in round number 1. Next to go, it's the Italian team, their second rider, looking to improve on that 8 penalty score from Lorenzo. This is Tommaso Zorzi. And rides Evita. Looking there Cortina Z. Tommaso rode at the Children's European Championships in Italy 2 years ago. He was on the team that year that finished in 4th. This is still a very new ride. Unfortunately, with that fence down as well, it will count for the Italians because they're holding an 8 penalty discard, but these two only actually got together this season in terms of international classes when they jumped here. They've been previously. Ooh. Now on the 8, the Italians are on the 8. But there'll be time. And it is indeed time penalties to add into the mix. So Tommaso becomes the discard score. The Italians go to a total of 8. And that, of course, allows the team from France to sit one fence clear ahead of them. And of course, holding a much better discard score as well. Either way, it's only 2 teams gone with their second rider. Now it's Isabel Sheehan. Now the Irish were one of the teams that delivered with a clear. The star first to go, Paddy Reed and Mr. Rocky Blue giving us that clear round. Now the turn of Isabel Sheehan. Second up for Ireland. We have a Thea Clover Trend. Combination put in a very solid performance in that competition that ran in between the Nations Cups in Belgium a couple of weeks ago. And they jumped well throughout their time. Last year, they know each other pretty well. Certainly able to put a lot of mileage on the clock in experience last year. And now being given their chance in the team. Well, hopefully from Ireland's perspective, as long as they're inside on the time, and they've squeaked in, but it is score of 4. I just wonder if that came at the water. See a pole go down. Though the camera sometimes moves so quick it's hard to spot, but just looking over there, the judge at the water jump is just having a little bit of an inspection, so I think it was a foot in the water, but either way, Ireland with a clear and a 4 means they can yet finish after 2 riders. They could get to the end of round 1 on a 0 score. So for the moment at least, keeping them very much in play, as you would perhaps expect. Now Monaco disadvantaged by the fact that their opening jockey picked up a score of 12, puts a little bit more pressure on the remaining 3. This is Polina Kostrenko riding Orinetta van Het Odegaard. Combination. These two as a combination rode on the Children's European Championship team last year. It was her 3rd outing at children's level, now moving into the juniors this season. But again on the 4 and a 4 we know that will count. Need to be a little bit careful with the time allowed as well. Just looked a little bit steady. It might turn out okay, but I'm just a bit concerned she'll pick up time penalties as well. And even if you pick up 1 or 2 when you're holding a 12 penalty discard, they'll all get a count, and there goes the clock. It's starting to tick up, and in fact, it's a total of 8, 4 for jumping, 4 for tying. 76.29 on the clock, and it's an 8 penalty score that Monaco have to add in to the mix. 2 riders still to go for that team. From Monaco to Switzerland, the Swiss team who got that beautiful start from Laura Andre with Safiris Esgol jumping the clear. Now can look to Sasha Beck as the second rider with Gotcha de Brandreen. This mare by Vagabond de la Pomme. This is another combination that were on the team last time out. Sasha, who in fact jumped in the number 1 slot last time round with Gotcha, got a double clear as well over the 2 rounds to help the Swiss team finish in 4th place. Time. What a start for the Swiss there. I mean, you cannot really fault them, because yes, they might have one fault. Maybe that will come back later to be a problem, we'll see. But I mean, full marks to Sasha, following on from Laura. It is a quite brilliant start for the Swiss team. They'll be over the moon, and Gianluca Agostini, their chef de keep, will be over the... well, I will be smiling rather happily, I'm sure, somewhere around this arena, knowing that that's the sort of first half of the first round job done almost. Now we go from Switzerland to Sweden, and Sweden also started with a clear with Lynn Auritzen. Now it's Elvira Abby Eriksson riding Pikachu to Elzen. Gelding by Comilfo. There's a combination that were team gold medal winners last year at the Junior Baltic Championships. 4th place individually, 4 faults so far today. Also on the 4 at the moment as they come back round. So the Swedish team, no, they've got that 0 to start things off. This is a familiar feeling to what we saw happen to the Irish. They have a clear, and then their second rider goes round for 4th. So certainly lots to play for. Just really important to try and keep your team in touch, certainly through the first round, and then you can push on maybe a bit more in the second. There's the bell for the next to get Belgium. Of course, they started with a score of 4 with Jules Dinit. Now they've got Peter Jan Athrasian riding Quick Costando. Well, this on course now is Peter and Costando. Children's Europeans' last European outing. class between the Nations Cup rounds last time. Belgium as well, hoping to push on from that fall. Oh, has the last gone? I think it has. Front rail has indeed come off at the last, so that becomes a score of 8 for Belgium. So the team that had the win at home at Saint-An in the juniors 2 weeks ago in the previous Nations Cup. Struggling a little bit at the beginning here. We have our next team though. Denmark and Amelie Sophia Lorsen riding Chamu 4. Stefanian gelding by Conado. Still a very new ride. Actually only had one international outing, that came in Herning back in March. Previous ride of Maren Kruse, the rider from Germany. Well, the bell goes for the oh dear. Well, we lose one, we gain one. Certainly, though, with that score. Oh, Amelia Sophie Lawrenson's now not counting, and as an elimination, it means the 23 of Anna Lies does count for Denmark, and that really does jeopardise the team's chances of squeezing into the second round. This is Germany, who got off to a flyer with the clear from Fabio Dieler. Now it's Naomi Himmelink riding Flying Kiss, the mare by Kanan. As Team Germany look to push forward. Twice in recent years on the junior European team. The children's Europeans previously as well. Well, Germany really are pushing on after the disappointment for the German team in the juniors 2 weeks ago. They are making a very strong start. First team to have actually delivered 2 clears, because the Swiss came close, but Sasha Beck's single time penalty therefore is not a clear. There's not much technicality in it, she was over the time, but either way, the only team to have 2 zeros attached is Team Germany. Now to Spain, to Miquela Alvarez Gutierrez riding Bacara des Forets. This lovely mare as well by Calvaro SC. Again, doing a very good job, being very specific, riding very carefully up to the fences. I'm just again worrying a little about the time. It's going to be very tight, but they've judged it well. There is a score of 4, but the time is not part of it. So, good effort from Michaela, the Spanish team, after 2 riders going on to a best potential outcome of 4. As you can see, we're always looking at the best potential outcome, taking the discard away, and then working on the principle that this is what the score then could be if the final rider, final 2 riders, or whatever, go clear. Well, to the final rider in the second rotation of jockeys and horses in the teams. It's Sunny Ilili riding Isabel Lady M. The Children's Europeans last year in the Netherlands. Sunny was the individual silver medal winner. That was on Backwards Challenger. It was their second European outing. But now, as we can see here, obviously into the junior ranks. Well, Finland, who started off on a score of 10 with Sala a little earlier on, will be very pleased to know now that it is just a 4 from Sani Ili. And as we hit the halfway mark, we now know that the team best placed is, of course, Germany, because they have 2 zeros. But so Sweden and Switzerland could also, along with Ireland, yet finish on a 0 score, couldn't they? But we'll just have to see what happens. We're going to take a short pause. There's a little bit of arena maintenance going on, and then we come back. But Germany with the 2 clears. Best potential outcome, of course, is 0, but more importantly, it's that double clear so far that's powering them up. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
Le scénario nous dit qu'il y a aussi la rivière d'un numéro du parcours qui a fait 10 fautes déjà, la rivière sur les 22 premiers chevaux à avoir sauté 10 fois. La plasticine était touchée, donc attention, attention. Et ça doit discuter les équipes et les entourages de cette année. Et bien au courant tout ça, et ça doit discuter dans chaque plan. Et nous allons partir dans quelques secondes avec nos Français qui ont été tirés au sort pour partir les premiers dans cette Coupe des Nations junior. Les Français qui tout à l'heure dans la Coupe des Nations jeunes cavaliers partiront les derniers ici chez eux. Et je vois toute la team, l'équipe de France qui rejoint tranquillement à côté des Italiens le Kiss and Cry à côté de l'écran géant où le texte, le logo pardon, CWD est à l'écran. Et bien si Timothée est sorti du paddock, c'est parfait. Allons-y pour accueillir la deuxième partie de cette Coupe des Nations, la rotation des troisièmes cavaliers.
Tick, tick, boom. Who bringing the noise? Go baby, we bringing our toys. Separate men from the boys. Chopper be singing, should be on the voice. Bang, bang, we gon' ride out. Gang, gang, we don't die out. Want it like this, ain't no timeouts. Tell me who really gon' find out. Rowdy, we get rowdy, rowdy. Rowdy, we get rowdy, rowdy.
Et c'est donc avec le junior Timothée Goffinet que nous allons nous retrouver ici. Très très beau sans faute tout à l'heure avec Isotte Dubois.
Welcome back. Here we go. We move into the second half of the opening round of this Team Nations Cup competition, the Youth Nations Cup for the junior riders. We are at the halfway mark in round number 1 of 2 rounds of jumping, but now things should get a little bit more interesting as well, because of course the discards very much coming into play more and more. Still, it's pretty close because there are still 4 teams that could yet finish round 1 on a 0 score. Sadly for France, they are not one of them, but they could yet finish on a score of 4. But they need clears from their final 2 riders. This is Timothy Goffinet. That's the next up to go for France. And this is a time. Shall we start that again? I say a team. A team rider riding Gravier de Bevinel and Timothy Goffinet. So the 2 riders we've seen for France already both have picked up a score of 4. Out of that bronze medal winning children's team a few years ago is, I think, excited to be back on the teams here in the juniors. He's riding with a lot of class as well. There's a big moment for France because it'll keep them right in the hunt if he gets the clear, because it'll mean that, well done France. What a way to kick things off just inside the time allowed of, well, now. As you can see, it means they finish, so they can still finish on the 4, which means that we're actually going to be 1 fence off the lead. But it also means, because they have a 4 as a discard, the worst score they're going to get is an 8. So that's really, really positive. It was such an important moment to get a clear on the board. It'll be the same story as we go through this rotation of riders. Andrea Pisciani for Italy, and now the Italians don't want to fall foul of finishing in the bottom 3 in this round, and that at the moment is where they are on a score of 8, because if you finish in the bottom 3 you don't get to come back in round number 2. Now the Italians with a discard of 15 from Tommaso Zolzi, now here with Charles Marger, JTZ. Andrea Pisciani trying to perhaps give the Italians a little to smile about as well. We'll just have to wait and see. On the 4. Right at the Europeans last year on the team for the Italians, and that in the children's division though. As far as the juniors go, coming home on the 4, make that 8 because the last has gone. It was a good on time. That is not what the Italians needed. It moves them onto a best outcome of 16. They're still holding a 15 penalty discard, but let's see what happens. At the moment though, it keeps them rooted in the bottom 3. They're down in 9th place of the 11 teams. Well, a team that is very much at the other end of the table at the moment is the Irish team, who are really pushing on. They have had a great start to the day with that clear round from Paddy. Isabel went round for 4, so I guess it's a defining moment now. Obviously a clear round keeps Ireland pushing towards a 0 score and a share of the lead going into round 2, but that pressure is now with Isabel O'Brien, Jarvis Gucci. Shall we please get the combination out the way? Another rider that stepped up from children's last year into juniors. She was on that European team last year. I would be a little worried about the clock. She's jumping the fences, making sure she leaves them up, but the time is going to run tight. Oh, she's just inside by less than half a second. It's going to run tight, but she knew where she was. She knew what she was doing. Full marks to Isabel O'Brien and Ireland pushing on towards a 0 score in round 1. They've also got the knowledge that the worst outcome would be a score of 4. We'll see how Lauren Adams gets on, but so far 2 clear rounds within the team, 1 from Paddy and 1 there from Isabel. Now the team from Monaco, next up with Eileen Dorel, Lac de la Bay. The combination now. Monaco, another one of those teams sat down in the bottom 3 at the moment. Probably one team to try and get a nice hope from their point of view, clear round, give them a bit of positivity and maybe pick up if somebody else makes a bigger error. So of course that counts, moves the team onto a total of 12. again, you think they're going to get a little bit tighter on the time than maybe they would have ideally wanted. Just a little bit stuttery, but I think they should just squeeze in. But again, 72 and something. It is a score of 8, and Team Monaco there moving on to a total best outcome of 16, which is identical to Italy, and it's those 3 teams, well, with Denmark, who of course are still away adrift. Those are the 3 teams that are 9th, 10th and 11th, which are the other positions that will not qualify to go into the second round later. Now for the Swiss, the Swiss team with a clear and a single penalty, but the single penalty is the discard. What's going to happen now with Noah Prefiera von Stelhofen? That's the combination behind them. Well, we haven't really seen anyone stop from my mind. Maybe they were just losing a little bit of momentum. They were coming down that line very, very steady. Well, recovering from a difficult round with the time now coming in as well. So it is a score that will come the end of the round. Move them up to a total of 32. So that could well have an impact on things. We'll have a little look. Of course, they can hold as a discard. Does mean that one penalty's got to count, but no, with a score there, they certainly are hoping to keep off the scorecard. Matilda Hansen and Pia-Lotta van der Rusaka. Now, where's Team Sweden in the mix? They also could yet finish on 0. They've got that clear and a 4. With Helga last year at the Pony Europeans, she was part of the part of the team that finished 4th the year before, part of the silver medal winning team. She's twice herself finished individually in the top 5. On the 8, where does that move things around? It puts Sweden onto a mark of 4. Matilda there finishing on the 8. well, Belgium. They're 4 and an 8 now with Lewis Lambrecht going forward. The scores just really have started to spin and turn a little bit more in this round with some difficult moments from different individuals, but Belgium, who have started out the day with a 4 and an 8. This is Fares Tame. Wrapping up, well done to the team from Belgium, because Lewis Lambrecht has really secured not only with the clear round for themselves but for the team a really, really important round of jumping, because it brings Belgium very much into play. Keeps them within a fence of the lead. Now for Denmark. Now we know the Danes have struggled with that elimination from Amelie, so now it's Ingrid Christine Lorentzen riding Lucino, and the team have had to count the marker 23 from their first rider, hoping sure now to try and have a little bit more of a positive round of jumping, help the team along. Superb. Ingrid, clear round, just when Denmark not been having the easiest of days. It might not help them get into the second round even, but I tell you what a great fill-up for the team. And Ingrid Lorentzen there can be very happy with her performance. And you just never know, 23 now is still the best outcome for Denmark. And Palmer Sophie Gary Jensen Christensen's got a good ride, is a very good rider, was the words I was actually trying to get to. Now Germany pushing on and could lock it down with this round. They are the only team with 2 zeros so far. Visa Sofibade and Shades of Grey is the next up. Team Germany looking to bounce back from not qualifying for the second round in Belgium 2 weeks ago in the first of the Junior Nations Cups of 2025, and now trying to make a point, I feel, by stepping forth with clear after clear, but we'll see how these two get on. Well, not to be in terms of the clear. They're going to have to wait to see how Tony gets on, but Vicia Sofibade there finishing with a time penalty on top of the forward jumping, but Germany still in a relatively strong position looking towards that next round. And they now one of only 2 teams that could finish on 0. Here comes Spain. Their best potential outcome, if they could get clears from their final 2 riders, would be a score of 4. They are holding an 8 penalty discard. Izala Juncker, a little pairs now with Dana. Just the 4, but I tell you what, Spain are really pushing on well here. They now know that they could still finish on 8, and that will very much keep them in the mix. So, as you can see, for the moment, puts them into 8th place. But it's going to be awfully tight between the top 8 teams that go through. I mean, they could have done with the clear, there's no doubt about it. But they are in the hunt, and that's the important part of this. One more team to go, and then we move into the final round or rotation of riders. Well done, Italy, and it's me, G, clear for the Finnish team. Pushes them down safely in to that next round potentially. They're holding that pick at discard though, which could come back later. So for the moment, at least the scores sit like this. Germany and Ireland could yet finish on a 0 score. Switzerland on a score of 1. Belgium and Sweden, along with France, could yet finish, and Finland actually as well, on 4. And Spain can finish on 8, Italy on 16, and then you've got Monaco on 16 and Denmark on 23. Spain on the 8 sit in 8th place. Now we lock things in because now we have the 4th riders, and this is the first of them. It is Janine Weissert riding Rivage de Poli, the final rider to go for Team France, who have that discard mark of 4. They know at worst they'll finish on 8, so pretty much guaranteed qualification anyway. we finish on the 8, and that means it is a score of 8, because I'll discard John's score, and there you have it. It's 8, but as I say, it goes into 8th place, and I don't think that, but well, it means they do qualify for round number 2, because it's going to be better in score of 16 than you're going through. Now we go to Italy. Now the Italians aren't sure. They need a clear round to lock this in as a 16, and then they've got to hope that the others falter. So, Lavina Lebosco, Oberon van der Berg, the gelding by Thunder van der Sutova. So the plank now turns to the left. Time penalty, but I tell you what, they'll be pleased to finish on such a strong round. Lavinia Lebosco. For the moment, though, it does sadly mean that Italy wouldn't be going into the second round, but we'll just see what happens. They finish on 17 as they pick up that one-time penalty. Of course, that'll drop them behind Monaco for the moment, who could yet finish still at a score of 16. Now to Ireland. Could they perhaps get home on a 0 score? That is the big question for Team Ireland, because they and Germany are the only teams that could here in round number 1. Their last rider out is Lauren Adams, and she rides Caddy Z. They've got those 2 clears already. The worst score Ireland are going to finish on is a 4, because they've obviously, that's the discard they're holding at the moment. What can these 2 do? In the anchor position, Lauren Adams for Ireland with Caddy Z. Lovely looking mare by Cicero Z Van Pamel. Was on the Nations Cup team 2 weeks ago when the Irish finished in second. She jumped for 4 and 4, and then of course it was a jump off, I should remind you as well, between Belgium and Ireland that day. Over the water, gets over the last. What a brilliant round. Well done, Ireland. Well done, Lauren Adams. We see the clear round coming with Caddy Z in the anchor position there. Trusted yet again in the Irish team, and having now delivered a clear round as well. So Ireland guaranteed a 0. Pressure will sort of move now, won't it, to Germany to see if they can follow it up, because they're holding a 5 penalty discard. We, though, now have Monaco, who like to try and finish on the 16. I'm just looking back at the discard scores. See, I don't think now that Monaco can qualify, but even on a 16, I'm just not sure sure that it's possible, but they would like, I'm sure, to finish ahead of Italy. They need a clear here with Mariel de Ferrero and Deirdres, the last of their team riders. Certainly feel a little bit for both the Monegasque and Italian teams because they've got the quality, just hasn't gone their way today. They do, though, manage to secure 9th place and will take ahead of Italy and Denmark. There are days where I've seen teams go through with these first rounds on scores of 16 to 17, but it's not going to work. So the final rider out for the Swiss team is Lupuch, riding Lolita PS. Wow, great finish from the Swiss as well, because it keeps them very much in the hunt on that single time penalty. You consider they've discarded Noah's 32, it could have gone one way or the other, but that is quite brilliant for Switzerland. They know they will just be that one penalty behind Ireland and maybe Germany, but we'll see what happens. Liam Nilsson now for Sweden. Of course, we know the Swedish team are through to the next round. They, though, are holding a 8 penalty discard. They currently could yet finish on a score of 4. Ulabella Hastak is the name of the ride. Sweden, who finished in 4th place in Centaur 2 weeks ago. Ooh. Well, that's almost guaranteed to bring in time penalties, so I suspect now Sweden will end up on a team total of 12. Well, they do finish with those time penalties pushing the score. In the end, it's a total of 18 for Liam Nilsson, but it is the 12. It is qualification, as we've said. Whether it's enough to keep them any higher than 8, we will wait to see. There are, of course, France, Spain, France and Spain and Belgium looking to try and stay ahead of Sweden. Talking of which, Belgium set routers now. Belgium, who have an 8 penalty discard, so they could yet finish where Sweden are on 12, but they could yet finish on 4 as well. We will see. Loving the music, loving the rounds. Routers. One tenth of the lead. And the team that took Ireland into the jump off and ended up winning their home leg just a couple of weeks back, now showing their strength and depth with their final 2 riders. Clear it really has made sure they are also very much at the party. The turn of Denmark, who've sadly come unstuck a little earlier on with their early rounds from the team riders, just meaning with that elimination they had to count that 23 from their first rider, and even a clear from Ingrid for the third rider in the team. It hasn't helped them off the bottom of the table or off the bottom of the leaderboard. Palmer, Sophie, Gray, Jensen, Christensen now. Coming home at the moment on the 4 as they come down to the water. Got a lovely stride over that. Time penalties, 2 of them. 6 is the score. Denmark's score moves on up to 29. So the Danish team, as I've said, having a difficult day. So we know it's Monaco, Italy and Denmark we're going to lose at the end of this first round. Big moment, big moment for Germany, because they know they could, like Ireland, finish on 0. They started with the clears. They have 5 penalty discard though now. Tony Stormans is the last out for the German team, riding Don Juan Doschut. German team, I'm sure, desperate to try and go in honours even. And of course we know with the Swiss team just on that one penalty, they fall behind them as well. Tony, who was the individual gold medalist in the Children's European Championships back in 2022 on Dia Nova, with the team gold medal, has been for the last couple of years jumping at the Junior Europeans. That's exactly what they were hoping for. Brilliant for us, brilliant for Germany. Great competition is certainly setting itself up. So two teams will move forward on Germany and Ireland, which is tremendous news. Germany there with their 3 clears out of Ireland. Switzerland on that 1 penalty score. Two more teams still to go in the first round of jumping, though. We've got now the round for Spain and Lucia Fernandez, Belgium, riding Sir Thomas P.S. Spanish team could yet finish on a score of 8. Holding a discard of 8. And in actual fact, to take it back, because they are a team that could slip up here, because they could finish on 16 and that could let Monaco in, depending on time. So I stand corrected. Monaco maybe not out of this yet. We'll see. See the focus on the face and in the way that she's riding. Real concentration, trying to make sure she's in the right place at the right time. Tremendous news. I was going to say I heard an R. I wasn't sure. Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo. Well done. Clear round. And it's just fencing off the lead for the Spanish team going into the second round. So they finish on 8. They are safely through. That, though, does put pay to Monaco's chances, unless... Is there anything Finland? No, Finland at worst would finish on 14, so we know they'll be okay. And it is to the Finnish team. They may well, at worst, finish on 14, but they could finish on 4. The 10 penalties is the discard. Now, Vera Salamin is the last to go in the opening round before we focus our attention to round number 2, although we do have all the individuals to go. So there is obviously about an hour or so's break between the first round of the teams and the second round of the teams. This is Karinsky, Vera Salamin riding as the last to go here for Team Finland, the last out in round 1. Can the Finnish team keep themselves on a score of 4 alongside Belgium? Well, that moves them, of course, now onto an 8. So it brings them level with France, with Spain. But they still stay ahead of Sweden at the moment. No longer is that the case. They will move on to that 12 because that is a 10. Ooh, so they go on to 14. The two riders with 10. And that is Finland. But it is 8th place and it is still good enough to qualify for the second round. Well done to Finland. We will see all 4 of them returning in round number 2. But as it stands, Germany and Ireland both come back on a team score of 0, tied at the top of the leaderboard coming into round 2. Switzerland just 1 single penalty behind them. It really is as tight as you like. Belgium are the only team that could yet finish on a score of 4, so sitting in 4th place on their own. And France and Spain both tied together on a total of 8 in round number 1. We then have Sweden on 12 and Finland on 14, and as I mentioned, we unfortunately lose Monaco, Italy and Denmark because you just take the top 8 teams through to round number 2. So we now turn to the individuals. I'm going to leave you with them and come back in an hour for the next part of this competition, the second round of the teams.
L'épreuve individuelle sur le même parcours que l'on appelle la in-between dans quelques instants avec des qualifications déjà reconnues. Et nous nous donnerons rendez-vous à 14h20 pour le coup d'envoi tout à l'heure de la deuxième manche. So, see you now in a few minutes for the second part of the day with the in-between for individuals riders. And we will be back at 2:20 for the second round of this Nations Cup. Jules.
Let me tell you what I'm dealing with, been going through some mess. If I'm being honest, I'm the cause of my stress. Cause I get in my feelings. Cause I get in my feelings. I think it's kinda funny how I gotta take the blame. We're all in this together, my faults I'm not ashamed. Learning about responding cause reactions aren't the same. I'm about to drive me crazy. I've been thinking too much lately. It's time to rescue myself. Yeah. I've been thinking too much lately. I'm about to drive me crazy. It's time to rescue myself. I'm finding my head now. Wonder Woman. I know that inside I'm superhuman. Got my own superpowers. Way overdue to smell the flowers. And I'm zooming out to see a bigger picture now. It took me time to realize what was going on. Give my effort credit, use my words and make it strong. Veronica, my cards been in my hands all along. Perfection's not a thing, so I had to let it go. Plant the seed, no digging up, sit back and watch it grow. Often learn the hard way, I'm tripping cause
seule différence pour nos cavaliers qui vont maintenant venir en découdre, c'est qu'ils doivent rajouter le facteur chronomètre, puisque c'est au chronomètre qu'il y aura un vainqueur individuel, enfin, d'ailleurs les trois meilleurs vainqueurs, les trois meilleurs de l'épreuve individuelle qui seront appelés pour la remise des prix à l'issue de la deuxième manche de la compétition, avec tous les vainqueurs par équipe et les trois meilleurs individuels. The in-between in a few minutes, in a few seconds, in 2 minutes exactly, with all individuals riders, with the junior matches. 1 minute 50, à tout de suite. Représenter les couleurs CWD, encore merci à la grande maison CWD dont les sets sont exposés ici sur la piste dans le stand. Et n'hésitez pas à faire un petit bonjour si besoin d'une nouvelle selle ou de matériel, toute l'équipe est là. Ouvrons la porte et c'est parti pour la in-between des juniors. Elle a commencé par la Belgique, en individuel pour la Belgique, Nikita Vanderkerken avec ce Clay Ball. Après la piste des pieds. Good luck. Belgium to begin. à 86 à 4 points. Donc arrivé Nikita Vanderkerken, 4, 72 à 6. Platini et son Vackenaton. Sur la piste, accompagné d'un cran de Doggins. Prospect. depuis que nous sommes partis. Retour des Suisses avec Charlotte Van Wezel. Voici Degel's First Sexy ZNZ. Pour le moment, et l'Espagne qui revient, la jeune Mia Yoli Martinez-Ranciel dans les juniors avec la grille foyer du lait. Avec cette de Lando signée Chiston. 10 de cette Italie. Et 4 points avec un chrono de 68 rapide, ça devient le 4 points le plus rapide avec 68 secondes 59. 68.5, 9 the quickest. Folks, so the third. Power. Voici Coraline. Cette fois-ci, German, number 12. nous avons les Irlandais, nombreux aussi à Compiègne. Voici Kian Bachman avec Odero Bogor. Le frère de ce dernier, c'est le DVD avec Kian Encore une fois, on va partir ici pour la France avec Anna Sarkowski. Dylan 111 Z.
Watch me dance, dance the night away. My heart could be burning, but you won't see it on my face. Watch me.
Une sympathique en effet pour Anna Sarkowski et ses 68 contre 24. 73 secondes 25 centièmes avec 12 plus 1 pour faire 13 avec la Norvège. 12 plus 1 time penalty with a total of 30 with Norway. Et c'est maintenant
'Cause
sur la rivière et la jument qui est partie du fil avant. Il y a d'ailleurs eu un petit peu de casse. Un petit peu de casse sur le soubassement de la rivière qui a été déplacée. Ça va donc imposer un petit peu de boulot pour toute l'équipe. Wow. So, first one, top off, say 60 to finish with a spin. Bon, ok, la casse, ok. Quelques instants de patience pour la Grande-Bretagne. Meyer 66.65 in the lead. Sarzinski second with a 68.24. And Roman Serret third with a 71.49. So we'll have a small break. Non, bleu, blanc. La bonne ambiance, même s'il y a de la tension, même s'il y a du sport, du beau sport, secondes, 66 centièmes et 4 points for playing with 72.66 with Germany today. Les suivre tout à l'heure, ils sont qui vont les derniers tout à l'heure, les hommes des Barcelone, avec 3 scores vierges en première manche, qui sera tout à l'heure à 14h20, il est 14h02, nous sommes toujours dans la fin de In Between, nous avons Eleonora Sala avec Amaretto Terzi pour l'Italie. Toujours les Italiens, 37 sur le
I was having this daydream, but we run away, and everything worked out fine. Soaking the sunbeam, watching the waves, drinking ourselves into a night grave. Loving you like I do, loving you like I do, yeah, like I do, yeah. Loving you like I do, loving you like I do, yeah, like I do, yeah.
Et 70-48, ouais, c'est bon pour l'arbitre,
Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire, mind and senses purified. Freed from desire.
Et Eleonora Sala with the 77.48, the third place. Présent avec l'Italie, qui s'invite à l'arbitre des prix, son premier repas, voici tous Speakeasy. Comme ça. Troisième place, ça va dépendre maintenant de Valentina Zal. Last one to go for Sweden with the horse there. à l'heure. So 10 minutes and we are back for the second round. And if you want to play, this is on the screen with your smartphone. Donc pour reprendre le fil de notre Coupe des Nations Junior CWD, nous avons les Finlandais qui vont jouer aujourd'hui. Nous avons les meilleurs équipes également, en Nord-Est et les résultats d'avant. Les Finlandais qui vont venir défendre 14 points pour les et en avançant jusqu'à l'Allemagne qui a un score à 0 pour l'instant. Avec cavaliers dans le respect et l'intégrité des chevaux. C'est WD qui va suivre ça avec passion. Tout le monde dans le stand qui est ici présent sur la piste cette année. Et tout ça dans quelques secondes avec les petites tensions sympathiques là, à vivre, qu'on soit spectateur, cavalier, accompagnateur, parent de tous ces champions qui sont en train de se façonner, de façonner leur carrière de crack de haut niveau, qu'ils sont déjà d'ailleurs en voyant les parcours qu'ils nous livrent depuis le début de ce week-end. Eh bien c'est chouette et que continue de vivre le sport ici à Compiègne et que tout se passe au mieux pour toutes les nations. Nous commençons cette deuxième manche. Voici la finale, la première finale par équipe du week-end. Voici pour attaquer cette deuxième manche offerte par CWT.
Welcome back to FEI TV and welcome back to Compiègne. We are now building towards a conclusion here in this CSIO youth competition for the opening Nations Cup. It is the Juniors, Nations Cup Juniors, CWD supporting partner. We're looking forward to seeing how it all evolves. Of course, we are now getting set for things to continue, and we have 8 teams coming back in the second round. It's awfully side of the top between Germany and Ireland, because they are both tied on a 0 score, and Switzerland are only 1 penalty behind them on that 1 fault score. Belgium on the 4, all on their own, sat there next up. Then you've got France and Spain both on 8, Sweden on 12, but we start with Finland. They have come through on a team score of 14 as we now start off over this track. Same course. If we end up with a tie for the win, it's only for the win, then we would have a jump off with all 4 riders coming back. Best of 3 out of the 4 count towards the score. And here we go with Sara Kuliela, who picked up a time penalty or 2 in the first round alongside a couple of fences down. Finished on that total of 10 with Quart van Hersteed. This then the combination that will kick us off again in this round. Of course, the teams stacked in reverse order of merit. We'll see the 2 teams on 0 at the end, Ireland and Germany. Well, they finish on the 12 as the first to go. We'll wait and see. Again, though, it is what they team, I'm sure, will hope is the discard. We'll just have to see how it all pans out a little bit later on. The big rounds coming from Sani and especially Kone Lily with that clear. Jan Alvartsson starts us off in round 2 for the Swedish team, and of course Sweden, who are tied level. No, it's not Sweden that are tied level, it's Spain and France that are tied level. So Sweden are on the 12, but it's only a fence away from those 2 teams sitting above them. And Lynn delivered the clear as the first to go for the Swedish team of Henrik Lanners in round 1. We all know how difficult it is to deliver a double clear, but this is the first of the riders and horses with an opportunity. This course set, to remind you, at a height of 1 meter 40. on the 4. I think she was okay over the water. It's just a little difficult to see from this angle, but nevertheless coming to a finish. It's not the double clear, but it is a score of 4. So Lynn Overson there still keeping the score as low as is possible. But it is a score of 4 with the first to go for Sweden with Glenn Morangi. We'll look to see how the others get on in due course. Spain on the score of 8. And Daniel, in fact, scored 8 in the opening round. It was the discard mark with Artemis. Daniel Ocana Sanchez here with this mare. Artemis de Gavardun. Doing a tremendous job at the moment. I don't want to speak too soon. Well, what a start for the Spanish team to put them on the front foot after the 8 in round 1. Daniel has performed a brilliant clear round in round number 2, and that will put a bit of pressure on, certainly on France, but it will as well on the likes of Belgium and others ahead of them. You in China, hugely successful, of course, helped the French last year at the Europeans to that great medal now here with that medal winning ride, the individual bronze for them last year at the Europeans. This is Bakras Takem. For the score, 4 in both rounds, therefore, for you and China. And France will just have to wait and see how things pan out against Spain over the next few rounds. Belgium, they will want to kind of keep their advantage of maybe now trying to push towards the podium. They certainly start best placed, just 3 faults behind Switzerland, 4 faults, 1 fence off the leading duo of teams, and Jules Dinut, who jumped for 4 in round 1 with Geisha de la Pomme CTL. What a start for Belgium. They are going to put a bit of pressure on the teams above them. This is going to get really exciting. Of course, Belgium were in that jump off with Ireland. They came out on top on home soil 2 weeks ago. But it's going to be interesting. Well done, Jules. Now another that's got a chance of jumping the double clear. Laurent André delivered the clear as the opening rider with Safira S Gold, the first out in round 1. Gianluca Augustoni, the chef de qui, will be keeping their fingers crossed. Of course, Sweden overcame that 32 penalty score of Noah and Everglow to manage to finish on that 1 penalty score. They did have the nerves going into the last round after the last rotation of riders in round 1. But then Lupuk delivered that clear. It's a score of 4, and again showing just how tough it is to get near a double clear. But Laura, with the 1 fence down for the Swiss, we'll see how that pans out though as they continue through the rounds. Belgium though will be delighted to know they've had the clear versus Switzerland score of 4. Paddy Reep now. Amazing young talent this young man has already shown in his youth career in the ponies, now with the junior division here with Mr. Rocky Blue. One of the 3 Irish clear rounds from round number 1. Real Irish superstar in the former Paddy there. He's delivered with the double clear, the first of which we've seen in the junior nations. And what a start in this round for Ireland. So I guess the key is, from Ireland's perspective, because they are going before Germany in each rotation, it's a case of, put the pressure on and then force them to respond. Inevitably that'll swing if Ireland make an error, because then it'll be for Germany to take advantage, but we'll see. Dabia Dillon, another with tremendous youth jumping experience, and that was certainly shown when he, as the pathfinder in round 1 for Germany, delivered the clear, one of the 3 clears with Stakaya. And Germany certainly making up for the problems they had in Centaur 2 weeks ago when they didn't qualify in the juniors for the second round. Although it's a far more experienced team here in Compiègne. go. Congratulations, Germany. Anything Ireland can do, they can do as well. Fabio Thielen delivering the double clear. So that sees us through the opening rotation of riders. Now we go back to the beginning because it's back to Finland. And now we start to work out some scores as we move. At the moment, they can, of course, all finish where they started this particular round, but Finland already holding a 12 penalty discard. Sunny Illy and Isabel Lady M, who just had that one fence down in round one. It's a total of 8 for Sunny Lily, so that means the team score inevitably does move up because they're going to have to count the 8 penalties for Finland, and they go on to 22, still holding the 12 as a discard. From Finland to Sweden, we stay in the Nordic parts of the world because Sweden next to go with Elva Abby Eriksson. Just that one fence got in the way of a clear, so it's 4 in round 1 on Pikachu to Elsen. Well, securing what Sweden will be delighted to hear. A clear round for Elva Abby Eriksson. And that means that they still stay on target, perhaps, to finish on that score of 12. So great news for Sweden. Of course, with Finland dropping back, it's about trying to move forward and perhaps trying to catch Spain or France. And it is Spain next up. Now, they've started brilliantly. They've had the clear from Daniel Sanchez. Now they have Michaela Alvarez Gutierrez and Baccara de Forret. Combination who just scored 4 in round 1. Is it going to be? Just be careful. Just be careful. Oh, I was saying be careful because you could see they were getting pulled after the water all the way down into the final fence, and there was just nothing they could do. It's 4 again, awfully close, but just not quite there. But for the moment, they still can hold that clear roundup and therefore still potentially finish on a score of 8. France can't afford a fence in this round because that would drop them onto a total of 12 because they've already got a 4 discarded. Nathan Garez was on 4 in round 1. Elegant de Carine. Sort of takes your breath away, that final fence at the moment, because we're watching them struggle after the water. Oh, there's a time penalty in them. So there we go. France at home, of course, this their home leg. But unfortunately, finishing on a score of 5. So for the moment, France as a team now will move on to a total of 12, which is the same as Sweden. Belgium, who got a clear, are pushing for the podium. Now, Peter Jan Athalissian is the next to go, and competing here. With Castano. Brilliant news for Belgium. Look at this. 2 clears from 2 rounds. And the 2 riders that jump clear in round 1 are yet to come. Belgium are certainly going to be the best placed to push on up if there are problems from these 3 teams that are yet to come. And Switzerland, already with a fence down from Laura Andre, and to remind you, they only had a 3 penalty advantage on Belgium. So let's see what happens with Sasha Beck. Sasha, who picked up the time penalty in round 1 with Gotcha. Just needs to be a second faster to be safe inside. down to the water. Time looks okay on this occasion. And they jump the last. Switzerland keeping up. Holding on to the podium. But now things get a little bit more nerve-wracking because now we have the Irish and then Germany. They've both delivered with their opening riders, both getting the clears that they needed. Now Isabel Sheenan, who had the 4 penalties, that was a discard score in round 1, with the Clover trend. Clear round here, of course, puts big pressure on the next up from Germany, but we'll see what happens. I think they're over the water now. It's just for the last holding. And they did it. And they're okay on the time. Well, it's going very well for Ireland, of course. They jumped off, ended up second in Centaur a few weeks ago. Make sure they at least are in with a chance of going into a jump off if that's how it works out today. Big moment now for Naomi Hemerick and Flying Kiss, looking to secure a double clear, but also looking for the clear to just try and make sure that it takes a little bit of the pressure off the final 2. Oops, on your microphone, but wow, that last fence could even prove to be more costly. That 8 penalty score, it is certainly advantage Ireland after 2, but we are only halfway there. So, Ireland could yet finish on 0, could Germany, Switzerland could still finish on the 1. Belgium can finish on 4. Finland, back to where we start. Oh, that was perfect. Double clear round, the highlight for Finland today, no question about it. Matilda Hansen, Pia-Lotta van Ryssacker.
Le point serré, bien bravo. Donc l'un des doubles sans faute de la coupe maintenant, c'est avec la Suède et Matilda Hansen que nous avons rendez-vous pour défendre avec leur suédoise. Voici Pia-Lotta van Ryssacker de retour.
Now this combination for Sweden, third partnership out, 8 penalties in round number 1. Sweden on a team total of 12 as a best potential outcome, holding a discard of 4. Sweden, well done. That clear round really does now mean that they are holding tight with the 12 as a team total, and that of course is what they started this round on. It does mean that they as well are able to perhaps push, well, closer to getting ahead of France, and they're tied level on the same score as France. Spain, though, have got a little bit of an advantage for the moment. Anyway, this is Zara Junqueira Lopez. She can't afford to have a fence, though. She needs to clear if Spain are to stay one fence. Well, they won't now. It's 12 for Spain. Riding here with Dana. Well, that of course does of course mean that, as I say, the team now on a score of 12. So it's very tight. It's all, well, very congested between Spain, Sweden and France. But Spain and Sweden, after 3 riders have gone, both now on a total of 12. We'll wait to see what France can do. Timothy Goffinet, France at home. Perhaps though, well, this is Timothy. He had a lovely clear with Corvette de Binevel in the first round. If he could repeat that, it keeps France on that score of 12, but they are holding a 5 penalty discard score. It's gone, and France then move on to a score of 16. It does mean now Spain and Sweden are ahead of them. Coming then down to the water jump, still on the 4. Four it is, so 16 the score, down into 7th place for the home team from France. Of course, this is the first of 3 youth divisions of Nations Cup taking place here. The riders, the ponies in action as well. Now, Belgium, still hoping that they can try and squeeze their way onto the podium. Only a fence off the lead, and well, it's all almost too close to call. There's going to be a lot decided over the next 4 rounds of jumping, because we're going to see the 3rd rider from Belgium, Switzerland, Germany, and then Ireland in there as well. Now this is Lois Lambrat was one of the 2 clear rounds for Belgium. They ride as far as tame, and Belgium, who have already started this round with 2 clears, can lock in that 4 penalty score with a clear round right here, right now. On the turn back. Jumps the water. Time allowed is running away a little bit, but they should just squeeze in, and they do. Belgium. Brilliant. Brilliant Belgium. Clear round guarantees that Belgium finish on a score of 4. So that means, if we just look here at the Swiss team that are about to jump, they cannot afford a single fence. They need 2 clear rounds from their final 2 riders to ensure they finish above Belgium. And Noah, who goes next, was the 32 penalty discard on Everglow in round 1. Didn't have it easy. We'll be hoping that they can just settle into this round. We know they're more than capable, but they cannot afford to have a fence, because it will automatically, because that 4 penalty score of Laura André is being held as a discard, and one of those 4s would then count, and Switzerland would then move on to a total of 5. See, he's working really hard to concentrate, making sure the horse is where he needs it, putting Everglow in the best possible place. He is just going to be a little bit tight with the clock, is my only other concern. And okay, he can afford a couple of time penalties. He can't afford 3, because that will put them out of place. He's going to get in. Oh, he's had the last. No, 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 no. Oh, I mean, a brilliant recovery from that opening round. Bad luck, Noah. That is such a shame. But it does mean Switzerland move behind Belgium now, and for the moment at least drop off the podium. So, they'd come close, but it just wasn't to be. Well, another big, absolutely pivotal round in the destiny perhaps of this Nations Cup comes next from Ireland. Isabel O'Brien and Jarvis Gucci could lock in the 0 score for Ireland if she can achieve the double clear. Otherwise we'll wait to see what Lauren Adams does. But of course, Ireland with 2 clears already need 1 more clear. If this combination were clear, it then puts Germany in a position that if either of their last 2 riders pick up even a single time penalty, it's Ireland's competition won. Just like that. So, but they need the clear round to put that level of pressure on the final two riders to go for Germany. Unfortunately not to be, just a little bit on an angle there, so this will be held as a discard. And it does just, I guess, alleviate a little bit of pressure. Helps Germany slightly, although Germany's discard is an 8. Well, it is still very much Ireland and Germany heading for the top two spots on the podium. In what order we're far from finding out with that fence going down. Let's wait and see what happens. Now, there is a way to which, depending what happens with Germany's next rider, which is Vessi Sophia Bader and Shades of Grey, that we could still see Ireland win this with this combination, because if Vessia was to have 2 fences down, or I should say, even if she repeated her score of the first round, which was a total of 5, it would count, and at that point it would be Ireland's win in the Nations Cup, because the worst outcome for Ireland is a 4. It was this blue fence off the corner that caught out Isabel. Okay, no problems for Visa. Doing a tremendous job at the moment. It's all looking very good. Nice short turn. Just one final fence to clear, and it goes to the final round of riders. Superb, absolutely superb from Germany's perspective. They're right back in it. That clear round means that we do not know what is going to happen until the final rider jumps. That's for sure. So great news. It's, I mean, looking very much like both teams will end up heading into a jump-off, is my gut feeling. But let's see. Good change. Now, to the last rider to go in each of these 8 teams that have got through to the second round, and it's Finland's Vera Salomon now, riding Kadinski. The Finnish team on a team total of 22 as a best outcome that is available to them. Having picked up 10 penalties in the opening round, what a great finish this could be for Finland. Oh, superb. They'll be over the moon. Big boost to the team to wrap up with that clear round. can't change where they finish. They're going to be down in 8th place, but finishing with both their riders, and Jenny Lilly getting the double clear. Next to go is Sweden. On this score of 12, holding a 4 penalty, is it a 4 penalty discard? A 4 penalty discard. Liam Nilsson was the last out last time round, but was the discard in round 1. Olivella Hastak. Can really see the effort that's been put in, really being careful riding, using every bit of skill and ability that they know, understanding that this is a chance for the Swedish team to perhaps finish in the top 5, but that going costs them 4. They move on to the 16 like France. 16 it is as a score then to wrap up the rounds, but it does ensure that they are at least ahead of the finish team. So definitely a top 7 finish. Now a chance for Spain, still on that score at 12 with a 4 penalty discard. Clear round here keeps them ahead of both France and Sweden. Lucia Fernandez Hidalgo here and Sir Thomas P.S. trying to deliver the double clear to lock out that 12 penalty score for Spain. Oh, that upright with the plank has again gone down, this time for Lucia. And that moves Spain now on to 16 penalties. So just like Sweden, just like France, France with another jump, and that is a score of 5 in fact. It does mean they can at least discard it. So 16 the score. Time-wise though, it does mean they've stayed ahead of Sweden to 206 their time, 0.38 versus Sweden's 210.94. Now France cannot afford a fault, otherwise they'll move on to something above 16, because that's where they start with their final rider, Jean Varsat, riding Rivage de Polorie. this tricky little plank, no trouble. Oh, they've done it. Where's the time? Wow, that was quick as well. Look at that, it's put them in 6th place. Oh, great news. 2:06.96. That keeps them ahead of Sweden, but actually they're 0.3 of a second when you combine the times. 0.3 of a second slower than Spain. So actually Spain are going to take 5th, France are going to take 6th, Sweden are going to take 7th for those teams that are all tied on 16. Now we come to the battle for the podium. The top 3 slots still all open and yet to be decided. Belgium, we know, had already locked in their clear round 4 penalty score. So it's over to you, Switzerland. We don't need the final rider from Belgium. We're going to go straight on to the final rider from Switzerland. Lou Puch, who jumped the clear on Lalita PS in round 1, is hoping to be able to deliver a clear, because Switzerland dropping offence meant that they had to count one of the 4s. Oh, they're going to wrap this up with a double clear. There is a way, well, they do indeed. Well done. I mean, there is still a way then for the Swiss to find their way onto a podium, but they need, there is only one way that could happen, but it would also not only affect the Swiss team jumping up onto the podium, it will also affect who wins this. But either way, Belgium guaranteed a podium finish here this afternoon. Ireland are guaranteed a podium finish. Germany are actually not guaranteed a podium finish with the way it stands, but either at the moment, actually Ireland and Germany could yet both end up in a jump-off situation. Ireland's final rider, first of the final 2 horse and rider combinations to go in this second round. Lauren Adams, Caddy Z, clear in round 1. Ireland are holding a 4 penalty discard. A clear round ensures they finish on 0. Offence falls, they finish on 4. Of course, that then opens the door to Germany, who, if Ireland have faltered, could look to Tony Stormans to jump a clear to win it. If Ireland jump a clear here, Germany will need a clear round to send it to a jump off. If both have 4s, well, then we still end up in a jump off. The only difference for Germany is their penalty discard at the moment is not 4, it is 8. So a slightly wider margin there. But here we go, as you can see through the combination. Lauren Adams just trying to stay nice and calm. Down to the water, clears it, jumps the last, and in on the clock. Well done, we get the double clear from Lauren Adams. Pressure is on Germany's final rider, because that was good enough to at the very least put us into a jump off situation, but it could well at best just have secured the win outright for Ireland in the second round. It is very much game on. Pressure is all on this round. It has to be clear. There isn't any other way of Germany staying in it. They're holding an 8 penalty discard, but any faults, fences or time, and it's Ireland's win. Tony Stormans did not fault in round one. He was clear on Don John Doshut, hugely experienced rider in these youth categories already. And this is what it comes down to. It's as simple as that. Germany needing a clear round to take us into a jump off. Any faults, any penalties of any sort, and Ireland will be declared the winner. You can feel the tension in the air. And the better this goes, the closer it gets. Germany looking to push Ireland into their second jump off in the second Junior Nations Cup of the year. Ireland, who were beaten by Belgium last time round in a jump off. That day Germany didn't even get into the second round, but today Germany going to jump the last to take us into a jump off situation once again, because we have two teams that have got to the end of the 2 rounds on a score of 0. And now we do it all again. All 4 riders will come back from Ireland and from Germany to go again in that round against the clock. Can't separate them. We wait and do it again in a few minutes' time in the jump off against the clock.
Pour se départager, c'est la règle du jeu dans la Coupe des Nations des jeunes en cas d'égalité de points pour la première place. Eh bien, l'intégralité classique revient. Donc nous saurons, eh bien, pas tout de suite qui va la gagner cette Coupe des Nations juniors FWD, mais dans quelques instants, le temps de monter le barrage et de revenir avec les 8. Voilà, une chose est sûre, c'est que la Belgique montera sur le podium. Les Belges, Jules Denude, Peter Jan Mantonijssen, Louis Lambrecht et Seppe Bouters sont 3e, quoi qu'il arrive, et invité tout à l'heure de la compétition. Voilà tout, et bien à tout de suite pour le barrage. See you in a few minutes now, because we have to go for a jump off between Ireland and Germany in a few minutes now.
Oh, I hope I don't lose you. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take these beautiful things that I've got. Please don't take. I found my mind, I'm feeling sane. It's been a while, but I'm finding my faith. If everything's good and it's great, why do I sit and wait till it's gone? Oh, I tell you, I know I've got enough. I've got peace and I've got love, but I'm up at night thinking I just might lose it all. Please stay. I want you, I need you, oh God. Don't take want you, I need you, oh God. I need these beautiful things that I've got. Dreaming about the things that we could be. But baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Yeah, we'll be counting stars. Swing my heart across the line. In my face is flashing signs. Seek it out and ye shall find. Old, but I'm not that old. Young, but I'm not that bold. And I don't think the world is sold. I'm just doing what we're told. I feel something so right, doing the wrong thing. And I feel something so wrong, doing the right thing. I could lie. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn. Sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Everything that kills me makes me feel alive. I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Lately, I've been losing sleep, dreaming about the things that we could be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars. Watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned. Take that money, watch it burn, sink in the river, the lessons I learned.
Le ciel bleu sur nous peut s'effondrer et la terre peut bien s'écrouler. Peu m'importe si tu m'aimes, je m'en fous du monde entier. Tant que l'amour inondera mes matins, tant que mon corps frémira sous tes mains. Peu m'importe les problèmes, mon amour, puisque tu m'aimes.
Messieurs, en place, revenons à l'eau. barrage, c'est ici, devant la grande tribune, le double verticaux demeure de Campagne, qui sera l'avant-dernier. Et ensuite, direction le Laurent Guillet, le marchand de chevaux et son haras de la côte, Laurent Guillet, qui sera le dernier avec cet obsèque face au classique bar dans le virage près du Pégase, ici, et face à CWD, bien sûr, à la loge CWD, au stand CWD qui vous attend, les bras ouverts si vous souhaitez les rejoindre. Voilà tout, mesdames et messieurs, tout ça en 1 minute et 20 secondes en place. D'opposer l'Irlande à l'Allemagne, ici à Compiègne, et savoir dans quelques instants qui va prendre, dans quelques minutes, qui va prendre la suite de la Suède. Avec le quatuor que forment Peggy Reed, Isabelle Sheehan, Isabelle O'Brien et Lauren Adams, et le quatuor allemand que forment Fabio Thielen, Naomi Immelreich, Dieta Sophie Day, Tommy Starmans, le champion d'Europe individuel, qui a livré, il faut le dire, un splendide parcours digne de toute maîtrise et d'un point de vue qualité d'équitation, l'entente avec sa monture et de sang-froid, parce que ça fait partie du jeu, le sang-froid dans les Coupes des Nations, où l'on passe souvent du vivre aux larmes, et ça doit être génial, génial à vivre en tout cas, parce qu'en tribune, il faut le dire, c'est génial à suivre et à vivre de l'intérieur. Eh bien, tous les cavaliers dans le monde entier le disent toujours. À une épreuve par équipe, ça n'est pas la même chose. Dans tous les sports, c'est pareil. On travaille pour soi, pour son individuel, mais aussi pour tous les autres. Et ça donne tout le sens de cette belle Coupe des Nations que nous offre encore la maison CWD que nous remercions cet après-midi. Avec donc la version à barrage pour les juniors. Ouverture de la porte. Bon courage à tous. L'Irlande ou l'Allemagne cet après-midi à Compiègne. Ça commence.
Well, here we go. It's jump off time. Welcome back. We couldn't split them over 2 rounds. Can we find a way? We will find a way, that's for sure, to divide them here in the 3rd round. The jump off round for the Junior Nations Cup, the FEI Youth Nations Cup, here at Compiègne. And we're going to find out who is going to stand on top of the podium. It is Ireland versus Germany. Ireland finding themselves in another jump off, in another Junior Nations Cup. The 2nd round of the season and their 2nd jump off. They lost out to Belgium last time round. Now, can they find a way to beat Germany? Germany, as I said earlier, didn't even get into the 2nd round in Centaur. They've got a much more experienced team here, though. It's a real battle. All 4 riders come back. We count the best 3 on score and time. Paddy Reap goes first as the pathfinder, as he's been for the Irish around this shortened jump-off track to try and set things up. We'll see what happens next. This is the first, Mr. Rocky Blue. what is the double? Now coming across, new fence, 15 last to go, and what a start. That's what Ireland needed. 36.09. Of course, we'd like to see if it's a count of time. I've got a feeling it probably will be. Well done, Paddy. So, I mean, great news for Ireland to have a rider going what is ultimately triple clear. Clear in round one, clear in round two, clear in the jump off. But so could Fabio Dillon be. Clear in round 1 and 2 already. With Stakaya, is it to be? Clear in round number 3 as well. The first out for Germany. Trying to set things up in this jump off against the clock. 36.09. We'll keep a little bit of an eye on the times, because of course they're going to be probably crucial. .36.09 was the time for the first to go. This looks a little bit quicker. It is 35.48. So with one gone from each team, honours even on the faults, but it's advantage Germany on the clock by around about 6/10 of a second. There'll be a bit of an ebb and flow in that, I'm sure. But now we go to Ireland for their second rider. Clear in round 2, Isabel Sheenan with a Thea Clover Trend. Nice and tight, looking to really turn in now. Just losing a little bit there. She was trying to get the turn. The horse just putting its head a little in the air. And you can just feel that those crucial tenths maybe just slipping away slightly on the clock. But either way, if she's clear, that's the main thing. Oh, 36.68. She was only 6 cents slower than Paddy. Well done, Isabel. All important is that 0 score, because it means Ireland always putting the pressure on Germany to follow. So, Naomi Hammerreich next to go. Clear at 8 over the 2 rounds. Germany with the starting clear from Fabio Thielen and that 6/10 of a second advantage. But this is about responding with the clear, most importantly. See there, just able to hug that sort of inner line, keeping that forward momentum. Needs to keep the fences standing. This is good in terms of the clock. Look at that, 34.77. So very, very fast. Germany what they can to take control in terms of the speed. They've got the pace at the moment. 34.77 versus a 36.09, so it's like a 1.25 seconds advantage towards Germany. Well, that is how it stands, and they've both got their clear rounds. Now, Isabella O'Brien. Isabel, well, should be heading our way. Is he just coming in from the back there perhaps in a moment? I can't see her yet. Probably getting a little bit of a briefing from Dennis Flannelly, the chef de keep for the Irish team, before heading through the trees and heading our way with this horse. It is Java's Gucci. Now, with the way it's moved, I'm sure if there was any word that just was given, it was not only do you need to be clear now, but we do need quite a quick round as well. We've got to start to up the pace if we're going to not let Germany run away with this. Now we've both got 2 clears on the books and Germany's are both faster. Oh dear. She came off that turn. I think she'd seen the stride she was going for, that sort of slightly long one, but unfortunately it's a 4. Now that means it'll be discarded, and it means they'll count Isabel's round, which is great because it's a clear round. But it's... she's okay. And hopefully she'll just take a moment to recoup and recover before heading back our way. It's a shame for Isabel because she jumped that lovely clear in round 1 and now she's eliminated in the jump off. It's disappointing again for the Irish rider. It puts the onus on Lauren Adams. That was the last to go. Very bad luck. I mean, take nothing away from that young lady. She's Java's good. She jumped 2 cracking rounds to put Ireland in this position of being in the jump off with Germany. One of the clears in round 1 that ensured Ireland finished on 0. Germany can't win it yet though. They can't win it with 3 because Ireland still need their final rider to go. They could also yet finish on 0. But what Germany can do is yet again put a bit of pressure in terms of the time. They're starting to put it out of reach because both riders that have been so far are faster than both riders that are counting for Ireland. Now it's Vicia Sophie Bad riding Shades of Grey, the 3rd combination for Team Germany. Ooh, and it's gone. So you see, you just never know. The elimination counts heavier, but it does mean Germany could yet falter. You know, clear round from Lauren Adams and a fault from Tony Stormans, and it's Ireland's. But that's a long way off at the moment, and this is a much steadier round as well. So it'll get discarded by, you know, virtue of the fact it's a score of 4, but it is also the slowest of the clears as well. So if we look at the 2 counting clears from both of the teams, Germany 70.25, Ireland are on, I think by my reckoning, because the machine hasn't added it up, it's about 72.77. 72.77 versus 72.25. Last to go for Ireland, Lauren Adams. 1 fence falls. We still wait to see what Tony Stormans can do. 2 fences fall. It's Germany's win. But they also need to be so very, very fast. Caddy Z, the last out for Ireland. gone. And it's a score of 4. Score of 4 for Ireland. 109.40 is the final time, which gives 39 seconds. 39.15 is the time, but a clear round in any time, as long as it's inside the time allowed, will win it for Germany. It's simple. It's a clear to win for Germany. If they drop a fence, then of course it will mean the time is where we're looking. But Germany in a very strong position here. The problem Germany have is the 40.18. If they had to use that score of 4, I don't think it's fast enough to get them over the line of that 109.40, because they're set on a time of 70.25, 30.9 seconds. Yeah, 40 point, isn't it? Yeah. So if they had to, if something went terribly wrong for Tony and his was the discard, I'm not sure that Visa Sophie Bird's time is fast enough at 40.18. I will not say that for definite, but my gut read of, doing some bad maths while I'm looking at a screen, I don't think that time, if they have to count the score of Shades of Grey, I don't think it's fast enough to beat the total time of Ireland. But that is all completely irrelevant if Tony Stormans can jump a clear round, because if that happens, Germany win it anyway. Last to go in the Nations Cup for the juniors here at the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth in Compiègne. It's Germany jumping for the win with Tony Stormans, Don John Deschute. Even he's not going to want to have a fence down because he'll end up being too slow. But if he's clear, it doesn't matter. It's gone! Now the clock really will come into it. We'll have to wait for the time, but the 4 is going to count. I remind you, Ireland 109, Germany 110.43, and Ireland win the Junior Nations Cup with a unbelievable twist in that final line. Wow, what sport we've been given here in Compiègne. It is Ireland. Congratulations, Paddy Reid, Isabel Sheenan, to Isabel O'Brien and to Lauren Adams, because Ireland on 109.40 have come out on top. Congratulations. Germany takes second and Belgium will be on the podium in third. Wow, what an amazing day. What brilliant competition, and more to come. Of course, the Young Riders Nations Cup coming up in a little while. We'll look forward to that. I'm leaving the presentations for now. Congratulations again to Team Ireland.
Strength and guidance, all that I'm wishing for my friends. Nobody makes it from my ends. I had to bust up the silence. You know you gotta stick by me. Soon as you see the text, reply me. I don't wanna spend time fighting. We got no time, and that's why I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I need a one dance. Got a Hennessy in my hand. One more time before I go. Higher powers taking a hold on me. I might be too strung out on compliments, overdosed on confidence. Started not to give a fuck and stop fearing the consequence. Drinking every night because we drink to my accomplishments. Faded way too long, I'm floating in and out of consciousness. And they saying I'm back, I'd agree with that. I just take my time with all this shit, I still believe in that. I had someone tell me I fell off, ooh, I needed that. And they wanna see me pick back up, well, where'd I leave it at? I know I exaggerated things, now I got
prévu normalement pour les jeunes cadres. C'est à 16h50 que va se courir la Coupe des Nations Jeunes Cavaliers CWT. Voilà tout. So just for timing for the Nations Cup for young riders, we will begin at 4:50 instead of 4:40. 4:50, the first round in the ring for the Nations Cup for young riders.
Is you had enough? Are you here looking for love? Ooh, got the club going crazy. All these bitches, but my eyes on you. Is you somebody, baby? If you ain't, girl, what we gon' do? If you ain't gon' need it, baby. Yeah, give it all up for you right now. We got the club going crazy. All eyes on you. She was the baddest, I was the realest. We was the flyest, up in the building. We was counting this money, loving the feeling. Look at you now, in love with a hitter. But now it's all eyes on me, and it all lies on me. To say something to your pretty ass, some hood shit, what you looking at?
Keep me alive, same time.
sont habillés par pas d'Oxford comme dans toutes les épreuves. Les Allemands vont être avec les bras Seaman et Hendrik de Dit va nous emmener l'équipe de Belgique. Mesdames et messieurs, voici la remise des prix de la Coupe des Nations Junior CWD. Et avant de procéder à la remise des récompenses, à la remise des prix, mesdames et messieurs, dans la Coupe des Nations CWD, je vous invite à vous lever, si vous le pouvez, bien sûr, car en l'honneur de l'Irlande cette année à Compiègne va retentir l'hymne national dans quelques instants. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Ireland. Le trèfle planté par les juniors à Compiègne. Et un grand bravo avec donc maintenant Frédéric Tricot qui se charge de remettre la coupe à toute l'équipe, à Heidi Reid, à Isabelle Sheehan, à Isabelle O'Brien, à Lauren Adams, accompagné donc de Annick Capil, notre juge étrangère qui représente la Fédération équestre internationale, qui est suédoise, notre élu au comité fédéral Jean-Baptiste Johannes pour la Fédération française d'équitation et Fabien Goujon, directeur général de chez Grand Prix, qui félicite donc la belle victoire irlandaise. Et vont pouvoir faire dans quelques instants de même à la deuxième place avec les Allemands et l'Allemagne que nous fêtons avec tous ces super chevaux que sont Stakaya, Flying Kiss, Chades of Grey et Donjon Bachot, Fabio Thielen, Naomi Ulmerach, Vieca Sophie Bade and Tony Stormans for Germany second. Et le chef d'équipe, FRA Simon.
only your good loving could set me free. Hey, hey, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Hey, hey, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Oh, baby, come and satisfy the need in me. Hey, hey, baby.
Qui sont non pas à cheval mais à pied, qui rejoignent la moquette pour les félicitations. Et bien dans quelques instants, nous allons pouvoir fêter la belle victoire suisse, la très belle victoire suisse. Mais avant tout ça, eh bien fêter Ethan Meyer avec Nairobi Van de Biscop qui est ici avec sa veste rouge sur la moquette. Alors avant toute chose, mesdames et messieurs, je sais que ça bouge un petit peu, la remise des prix se fait. Et avant toute chose, eh bien l'hymne national suisse qui dans quelques secondes va retentir en l'honneur d'Ethan Meyer et de Nairobi Van de Biscop. Hymne national suisse. Avec la victoire de Ethan Meyer de Nairobi Van de Biscop dans cette
Bien décidé à empoigner la vie, le cœur léger et le bagage mince, j'étais certain de conquérir Paris. Chez le tailleur le plus chic, j'ai fait faire ce complet bleu qui était du dernier cri. Les photos, les chansons et les orchestrations ont eu raison de mes économies. Je me voyais déjà en haut de l'affiche, en 10 fois plus gros que n'importe qui, mon nom s'étalait. Je me voyais déjà adulé et riche, signant mes photos aux admirateurs qui se bousculaient. J'étais le plus grand des grands fantaisistes, faisant un succès si fort que les gens m'acclamaient debout. Je me voyais déjà cherchant dans ma liste celle qui le soir pourrait par faveur se prendre à mon cou. Mes traits ont